Hello. Hi, hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. And hope you guys are having a very nice weekend. Because I had a kind of a funny morning just now. There was oh yeah, before anything, hi Brian, hi Jameson, and hi Chip. Hope you are doing good. So what happened? Wow, I actually didn't expect. I actually didn't expect that to happen, but because it was storming and raining a lot for the past few days, right? And then outside my house is like a big like grassy plains, and then yeah, and then there were people were parking there so that they can go to like a very well-known local eatery, so they can walk there because my house is sort of like close over there, so that people will park here and then they'll walk there, right? So one of the car parked at the interesting place, right? That place being interesting because I didn't even know that the soil is so... You know how when the tire got stuck in like the soft soil, the soil is so slippery. Yeah, that part. So their car got stuck. Oh shit, I don't know how to fix that. It took us a while, but we eventually did get the car out, right? I found like a small piece of wood that fits under the tire, and then I just sort of stuck the wood onto the like below the tire where they can get some traction, and then we proceed to, and I mean the person starts to like rev their car, like trying to get out, and then we will be pushing in front. Right, and eventually that kind of works. I mean, I'll take it. It works. We saved the car, heck yeah. It was kind of tiring though, but it's all good. Honestly, in one hell of a mood right now. I assume that's a good kind of hell of a mood, question mark? You can also use fabric like a shirt. Oh, that would be much easier. I actually didn't think about that. But at least next time, if people park there and then it happened again, then at least we would know what to do then. Since I have zero experience with these kind of stuff, I just sort of like, my brain just be like, tire needs traction, so I got a piece of wood. And thank goodness that wood is not too thin and not too thick as well, right? It can give good traction. And eventually we pushed it on, and then slowly the car got out. It's like, oh, thank God. I'm forgetful. But that was a kind of interesting morning, I would say. I never thought that could happen, honestly. I never thought, yeah, like I know I live in kind of a rural area, not very like city-ish area. So of course there's a lot of grassy plains around people's house and like that. But I never seen that happen before. Probably because it's all like just coincidence, right? For the past few days it's been storming, raining really heavily. Even until this morning it was still raining, until just now it stopped, right? So lucky for us that we can help those old couple with the car. So yeah, I guess it's always just like comes into coincidence that everything happens, like the sun aligned for this to happen. Right? So nothing bad, no, right? It's just kind of an interesting experience, I would say. Kind of interesting. Yeah. Anyway, today I want to play more Project Silverfish. I feel like maybe... Oh, I forgot to open up this one. I feel like maybe, right? Maybe I am able to sort of finish the entire mission today, right? I think I'm only left with the Dead Bridge one and also the Stone Maze one. So if I can really go through that bridge without much problem, which I'm going to bring a sniper there, then yeah, I mean, shouldn't be too hard. I feel like if I can deal with the turrets, I can easily deal with enemies, right? I feel like my shooty bang bang skills in Project Silverfish has increased quite a bit in comparison with how I first played. So yeah, it is a big difference, right? I am very excited to play more of the game. At this point, I feel like I could safely say that I am very fucking excited for more content for Project Silverfish. I am thoroughly enjoying this game so much. I will enjoy myself a lot more for my off-stream character. Right? Maybe I even play some slightly harder difficulty ones, but I don't know. Maybe, or maybe I'll just play Mercy again, but a different faction and give it a try, something like that. But yeah, there's many more things that I can still explore in the game. But for now, I'm going to. How do I do this again? Boom! There we go. Look at that. Project Silverfish. And then close this. Boom, boom. Open. Oh yeah, I need to turn up the brightness for my computer monitor. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's a pen. Pendrake. I just realized. After playing for about 70 hours, I just realized series Pendrake. Fair enough, right? I never really pay attention to that. Right. Day 52. Making really good progress, yeah? Where am I? Oh yeah, I'm in the bottle. Oh yeah, I just came back. Didn't I save and quit yesterday? Anyway, we are going to that bridge. And with that, I'm definitely going to need a sniper. I don't think I have one here. Not that I know of. I don't think this is strong enough now. Stephenson? Silverfishes? What is that, Stephenson? Egg. Oh, it didn't zoom out to its entirety. It's an egg. Can I eat? Probably. I'm not too sure. Maybe. I mean that egg looks edible. 21:10. I am slightly schizo, so let's sleep until 6 in the morning. Heck yeah. $50 hey yup. I don't think I've seen a 50 cal sniper. I mean, there is this anti-material rifle that I've seen yesterday, but not necessarily sniper, I guess, which is kind of weird. I have 11 of those. Ooh, rebreather. That's a sniper. I mean, I have snipers somewhere. I don't remember which. I think it's in the Lone Wolf Saloon, actually. It might have been in the Lone Wolf Salon. So I'm in Metropole. I can easily go to Slums. Or I can go to Docks and just go to Lone Wolf. I think that's like closer. Right, let's do that real quick. Can I jump up from here? Oh. Food-wise, not looking too good, actually. Honestly, bullet-wise, looks good. Oh yeah, I can sniff this and get artifacts in there. So now that I know what happens when I sniff this thing, I'm gonna wait. What? Wait. Maybe I should sniff again. I kind of want to. Maybe not. Not now anyway. 6 MREs. Oh, wait, I'm loaded with food. Yummy cockroaches. As a lizard, yeah, it's kind of yummy. I have so many frog friends here. I know how to cook them. And a cricket, and a beetle. Oh, it's a dead beetle. In you go. It's a dead beetle. These are alive still, I'm pretty sure. If I put it out, they'll still jump around. I'm gonna eat all of them. We love frog friend. I'm loaded with MRE. I'm not gonna take leftovers. Weight is kind of heavy. Oh wait, new day, right? Okay, let's play a bit of a card game here. I have this goofy shark head. Now I can play the tarot card and hopefully nothing bad happens. Boom! The sea. I don't know what that does, but something must have happened. Is it gonna like storm or something? Oh god, what does that do? I don't know. Yeah, it sounds very ominous. The sea. I don't know what it does. I'm a little bit scared. It's okay. Let's go to Lone Wolf Saloon and get that sniper real quick. Now that I know it's not in the Borough, so should be fine. Alright, off we go. So from Borough, from Metropole to Slums. Oh my god, we have the line anomaly. Aww. Right, that's fine, that's fine. Oh yeah, that's dogs. I mean, the beep 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 helps. The beep 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 helps, but sometimes a little bit, just a tiny bit annoying when it just keeps going like that. I don't think I have it on very sensitive as well. It sounds cute, a little bit. I agree. For me? That's a bullet. I can drink my sorrows away. Why do they always know where I am? Maybe because I was jumping around and getting loot. Feed the beep. Honestly, I was feeling a lot of headache yesterday. Oh, and I'm glad today I'm not feeling much headache anymore. I slept really well last night. Headache sucks? Yeah. It sucks big time. At least I'm not feeling it today, so heck yeah. There it is. Alright, I guess I'm playing sniper. And my shotgun. So one very long range, one short range, and a beetle. Beater. It's loaded with FMJ, so I'm bringing both of them. We don't need this anymore and this. I'm gonna need this. Maybe even Disabi this time. Yeah. Doesn't feel too long actually. Do I use shotgun? I mean, shotgun is pretty fun, but this one is also really fun. I mean, I guess if I want things to get, if I want to get rid of things very quickly, shotgun is the way to go. Yeah, let's use shotgun then. I'm also taking these out and see if I can trade something good here. And then I just hear chickens singing. Sounds about right. Oh, Gal's Peck. This lone stalker always have shotgun for trade. Oh, I need this. And they hate it too, so lucky. $240 for 444? Well, heck yeah, I have enough scrap electronic at the base, so it should be fine. Oh, it's a frag. Maybe I should use the frag instead of the disappling. I have more frag, I think. Yeah, 44, 97, 37 disappy. Armor penetrating incendiary slug. Small fragmentation grenade ground with stabilizing fins. Don't know what that means, but that sounds good. Right, frag it is. Alright, that's the thing I'm gonna go for. And look at the game on Steam, and literally the first review I saw was positive. Sorry, not a furry, but that's a become a furry. I know, right? This game is doing a lot of work. I wouldn't say converting. They are not converting. They are just presenting their game, you know. All right, see how sniper works. Can I snipe someone off? Presenting? I know, right? Nothing wrong with presenting their game. Right, right? Weird. My game keeps like stuttering for a bit. I hear I'm on fire. That means someone's on fire. That sounds like a huge gun. Game stutters because it's shy. I stutter a lot, I guess I'm shy too. Oh, I don't know what gun that is, but that seems very strong. Whoa, a lot is happening. Holy shit. I think I need to go up there. Oh. Hmm. Who's that? That's hostile. That's hostile. That's a scav. That's a scav. I think you're asking if you're okay cause storms and now you're here. Oh, the storms was quite a few days ago, but thanks for the concern. Also, hi Metal. And hi Evie. Damn, they're packing.
I wonder where I can find that. I haven't seen these before. It's part of the job. Is that all you've got?
I don't know where they are. Oh my god, I got stuck by the door. I got stuck by the door. Unfortunate. That was dumb of me. Could have played well there. Dance to the beat. Dance to the beat. What is that? Might be able to get my revenge here. Well, now it's very quiet. Sounds like they went upstairs. I mean, I have to go upstairs as far. I need to go back to depot. Sausage? I think it's here if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's here. Did they just do a zone change? I think they did. Don't eat the snake. What? Double confirm? Nah, you did. Guess they just didn't see me. The durian snake? Isn't durian really smelly? It smells, yeah. It has a very strong smell. I wouldn't necessarily say it's smelly. It's an what's the word? Acquired taste, I would say. I saw someone there just now. These are scabs. Yeah. Scabs and revolution. Who the fuck is doing that?
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'd find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him.
Back up, Gaylord. They have money. Hunger looking good, F looking good, okay. So like D and V? D and V? Hmm? I'm not too sure what that means. I just know I saw the new Newcastle Big Boy. It's so scary. But the name is so funny though.
Lead the way.
That's freelancer. That's friend. Can buy true armor? Yeah, they mentioned something. He mentioned something like can penetrate to a leather boot, right? Yeah, I mean, it's over. that's a G and a G. A spoon that they can bite through a leather boots. I think, yeah, that's a and a half. Light. I think it's better to lay low here. I can make music out of those crumble local breaking sounds. Cobalt and beat. That was Revolution, I think. I'm going back to observatory, do my final checking, and then we're gonna go to that bridge. Hopefully it's not going to be too tough there. Refinery levels of tough? Okay. I got through refinery quite okay-ish, I think. Died a few times, but I got this. Refinery is fun though. Right, when the alarm sounds and then all the NFTAs just like storms out, it's like, oh shit, kill this guy. And then I killed like at least 50 of them. He was scared. That's a different looking mask. Oh, it's a dust filter. It's not as long, but it's similarly as tough as being a refinery for that time. Okay. Oh, I'm so slow. Basically 10 seconds of that bridge front gate is like 10 seconds of front gate of refinery. Hopefully there's like good enough armor. Like good enough places for me to hide. So that I can deal with them slowly. Someone wants to fight. Maybe I don't need this for now. I can still kind of see. I need armor protection. What the? How tough are they? Whoa. That was a kill and a half. The lizard flew. I'm so slow. $31%. 1%. Yeah, let's walk our way back. It's fine. It will take some time, but it's fine. 29%. 29% is crazy. Making my way downtown. Walking slow. %, if my make a break point unless I'm in the safe zone. Anything less and I'm risking complete corner of even next to cover. Yeah, I mean no speed. 50% start being picky with the loot I pick up unless I'm about to reach a safe zone. 80% stop being absolute trash. I mean, I'm close to being a safe zone, I guess. I still have guns that can protect myself. And night vision helps when they have like detection range of a blind lizard. So it definitely helps a little bit. Making my way to observatory. Faces past. I think I'm almost there. Run! 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 Oh my god, it's so fast! Hell yeah! Time for that big money. Fat. Fat. I feel so fat. Oh my god. Oh yeah, I want to see what they have for trade. Ooh, ooh. That works. Oh. I'll just sell them. I mean, 50 in profit? I can... Nope. Nope. Oh my god. I have so much Disapi and Frag. Oh my god. think it's just shotgun that's really heavy. Oh wait, it's a better sniper. Yeah, I mean this one is 800, this one is 1000. Milky goodness with a satisfying crunch. The sentry has better mid-range capabilities while the base sniper has a stronger scope. Remember what I said about price? But money. Money. Maybe I should bring more Disapi and less buckshot. Yeah, more Disapi and less buckshot sounds good. I mean, I need to deal with the turrets from long range, I think. And if I can take out some stray units with sniper, that would be nice. I'll bring this one. Control left click to sell. Oh, nice. This one is too heavy, but I want to bring that much Disapi because I don't think I can just like loot Disapi on the floor, so... And I don't think I can loot... Oh wait, this is a little bit dangerous. I don't think I can loot a .338 on the ground by people. So the bullet I bring is going to be very limited. I should bring more.
No. Yeah, I should bring more. There's so many blank data tapes. When push comes to shove, pistol helps a lot. I've seen pistol do huge work before. Should be fine. Alright, do a sleep. Then we're gonna raid second dead bridge. Alright, here we go. 1 MRE to start the day. The worst engagement I had was 200 rounds, remember? And that was with 5.56 and 30.06 rounds, which burned through much faster. Sniper burns through a lot slower, I'm pretty sure. I can burn through the shotgun shells a lot faster because of how much I can spam. I wonder how good Disapi is. Disapi is also fire, right? Armor... yeah, incendiary slug. Armor penetrating slug. That sounds good. Alright, to dead bridge we go. We found more frog friend. I think I just need to keep going straight. I think mid-range has to be pistol already. Or maybe I can spam my shotgun.
Oh. Oh. Hi, Kobo. What were you playing? Thanks for the raid. Atlas? Oh, haven't played Atlas in a long time. Hope you had fun with that. Hi, Plasma. Who's this person? A kobold? I'm a kobold. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragon stupids, and I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Welcome. Kobolds like the Magic the Gathering. Something like that, but I'm more of the netizens. What? The internet kind of kobold, more like. Feels like the instructionists are packing the good shit as well, like holy...
Hello, and welcome.
Yeah, they're really packing the good shit now. I hate it.
Hiding like a rat.
Yep. Oh my god, I can't aim! Where the fuck? Did I tell you about enemies packing better gear? Yeah, you did. The EXP thing you mentioned. Asshat. It's late for me, see you later. Okay. Oh. Alright, have good rest, Cobalt Girl. Yeah, they're picking some good shit right now. Fuck. It's fine. I realized I don't have heads-up display for this thing.
You know, if you were to follow a busy doctor as he makes his daily round of calls, you'd find yourself having a mighty busy time keeping up with him.
I want to see how I can line out and kill. How much was that? There was 3? Oh, crazy. Morning, Uncle. Hope Uncle is doing good. Yeah, sniper goes crazy. Maybe sniper in this game is not too bad. But on an active gunfight, sniper is way too hard to play. Where's the turret? Oh. Oh, it dropped? So I guess I have to aim slightly higher. I guess it would be better if I just get closer. Ugh. Oh wow. I'm just wasting bullets here. Yeah, this is bad. I didn't expect it to be this hard to hit. I don't even know what the detection range is. Photography and filming in this area is strictly prohibited. I wanted to bring my camera here just to spite that thing. I don't know where the bullet went. Pretty much the moment you get into the water, they'll start shooting. Oh, that's concerning. Here's one as well, right? Yep. Try to get closer from a different angle. Yeah, looks like it. Ooh. Oh, I hit them, right? Yeah, see that? That's a bullet mark. I hit them. Did I not destroy them? Those were 2 hits. Those were 2 hits. That mark. Yeah, that one. And that one as well. 3 hits even. One straight on the gun. Hmm. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Oh. Fuck. I didn't expect them to just be able to see me like that. Are they gonna raid me? I don't think they're gonna come here and shoot. Oh yeah? Kind of waste of a bullet there. I think I hit them once. I aimed too high. Come on, I'm busy here. Get out of here. Yep, that's a hit. Oh my god, they have helicopter? Crazy. If you hit them once, they'll be gone for sniper like that. See? Okay. Don't like the helicopter noise. I don't think I can shoot that down. Not with 45 bullets. Let's take this slow. What are they doing? Are they patrolling to find where I am? Feels like I could take out the pilot, but that's like huge skill needed now. If I can take out the pilot, the helicopter will be gone. No one can pilot that thing. But how? I want to double check if I hit this thing. Once, I think. I shoot a few times to see. Oh, 4 bullets were too high? Oh my god, they were all too high. Great. Imagine handyman out of nowhere. I didn't expect me to just like burn through that sniper ammo like this. Not really burning through them, I'm just wasting them essentially. What the hell are they using? This is way harder than refinery. What the fuck? Why are you using? Nah, this is 10 times harder than refinery. Fuck. I'm wasting too much sniper bullet here. So, middle bridge, I might be able to like... You know what? Let's get up there. If we're on middle ground, on the same level, I could beat them. Windows go and not replace the heli with flare, snipe the turret, and proceed to mop on the can with a 5.56 and 30.06. see. That maybe allows me to go there. Problem is this. Yeah, that was a bad idea. If they unlock onto me like that, might be a little bit tough. So I assume they did not see me at first, and now they see me, they're just gonna keep doing it? I mean, fair enough, that was stupid of me to try to attempt to take down the pilot like that. I'm surprised I can take some helicopter shots. Helicopter shots, by the way. I don't think it's possible to just shoot them like that. Hail Mary. If you don't think you can shoot the pilot, the Sappy might be better. The Sappy? Long range? Really, really long range? I'll give it a try. I need to get close to them without dying. It's tough. Oh! I got the pilot? Get fucked. That's what you get. That took a while. Let's just get rid of one more sentry there. Dang, all that sniper training paid off. I asked for that. Get back up. We need to be on the same level. Are they not chasing me? Okay. I'm definitely safer. Don't know what this does. Oh. Oh. Yeah, come here, come here, come here. Fucking hell, who knew this sniper is so hard to use? Ah. Where's key? That doesn't help. That little tin can has no cover. No more sniper bullet. Well, even if I want to use this, I can't. I have no key. Shit. Alright, fine. It's raining. Of course, it's a sad day for them. Because a kobold is coming. Even though I wasted all my bullets, but I still have my trusty a little bit of pistol and a little bit of a lot of the suppy, so alright, let's try our best. That's why I killed them. Oi! Sorry, that scared me. Sorry, sorry. That's acid? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to shout. I apologize. How the fuck? Remember what I said about the acid run? I didn't read too much. It's poison, it's acid. I'll have one stim pill and just run for it. Wait. Do you have acid? 20% acid. That might help. Sounds trippy, I know, right? I'm sorry about me shouting just now. Blech. Here we go. Well, that hurt a little bit. They're immune to acid. Right, they are not intelligent being, of course. Okay, where to next? Just there I can run, I guess. Someone's really spamming the alarm there. I'll go there and until I can jump up. Oh. Oh wow. Oh, they thought I'm still there. I can go from there, go up. Yeah, that looks like a slope that I can go up from. No one's gonna sound the alarm anymore? I feel they can hear my water splashes, but maybe I'm thinking about this too much. I can just go. Let's go. Okay, first step finally done after an entire day in the game. Right, take it slow. Looks like I have dwindled down the numbers drastically now, so slowly get in from here and try not to die. Find cover if needed. Nighttime is good for me because I have night vision. I think it's safely stored here. For what reason would I want to store my things there? I'm gonna die. It's like, oh man, I store my things in a military base. I store my thing in my military base. Oh god damn it, now I need to go back. Now I need to go back to the military base and fight my way back to fight my way back to the stash. Oh no. Not everyone's angry at the NFTA. Oh, like the interaction list? I mean, looks like they both get along well. Maybe. Interaction lists are still angry at the NFTA. Oh, okay. But it's military. Okay, NFTA hate revolution freelancer interactions. So cultist maybe? It feels like cultist just hates everyone. Or like neutral towards everyone. Oh, that's the alarm. Now I know who's triggering the alarm. You come out here and trigger the alarm again, I'm gonna shoot you. How dark am I? Very dark, okay. Wait until they got closer. I'm sure they're trying to trigger the alarm. No alarm for you. Thank you, suppressed pistol. You can place the FT as an option. Oh, myself, of course. Right, I actually didn't think about that. Oops. Wow, wait, do I start from here if I play NFTA? Alright, time to loot. There should be still some left that I'm missing, but if I can loot, let's loot. And their loots are unguarded. Still, I want to take it slow because I worked hard. I used all my Magnum sniper bullet. I might possibly cry if I die here because I'm gonna lose all my progress. So, oh yeah, did I do the thing? Target KIA. I did it. I don't even know who I did. Who I shot. I just shot everyone here. In game, right? Of course, in game. Nothing. It's nothing I can joke about in real life things, right? Nah, 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 nah. Okay, nighttime is very favorable for me. How dark am I? Kind of dark. Okay. I would rather stay away from lights if I can. You have a shotgun here? Well, that's unfortunate for you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot here. Hello, loot. Pistol, shotgun, and lots of 5.56 here. Sniper? Oh, thank you for the bullet. Oh my god. Where is the explosion? Somewhere. Okay, honestly, thank goodness for more sniper bullets. Health is looking kind of okay. I mean, might as well call it back. I know it's slow, but I'm still gonna like lay low. I'm not gonna like sprint around. I don't want to do that. Very dangerous. It's nighttime. And I don't know if there's like anyone that's sort of trying to ambush me out of nowhere. I'll try to be as stealthy as possible around here. You never know. Refinery feels more fun. Because refinery, it's not like really long range fights. It's like mid to long range fights all around. And my 3006 gun can really like just destroy them. Hi Walker, Ironheart. Tactical Cobalt Action. That's TKA. Heck yeah, I have a dark vision. Conscript uniform. Combat fatigue with a fully insulated jacket offers little as armor but provides moderate protection from various other hazards. Oh. And then just scouter. They're wearing some really light armor here. Those night vision googles look so goofy. Those eyes being yum. There's still one more? The one that I pinged is still alive? What the heck? Well, I'm above that, so let's ignore that one. I mean, alarm is not gonna help them anymore. Did they open up the lights back? Someone here? Five 177. I'm surprised I'm almost out of the handgun bullet. You can shoot the boxes to break them. The equipment box. Rocket launcher here? Man, that could have been nice. The alarm boxes. Oh, okay. 5177. I don't have that bridge gate key card. That's gonna help a lot. I'm gonna cheat only this time, okay? I'm gonna... There, okay. I didn't bring camera. I don't know if I want to come back here. Maybe if I want some 3556 bullets, then I'll do it. Well, too bad. Isn't this the one that uses to anti-air? Like, they shoot helicopters down? It's crazy looking. You guys all shoot out the lights, by the way, if you want to be extra sneaky at night. Oh, okay. Ooh. Ooh, what chest is this? Red, blue. Oh. First time seeing a red chest. Surprise bolt action rifle. Yeah, this is the one that I'm talking about. Like a rifle cannot aim fire. A sniper that cannot aim fire. So weird. Alright, first red chest, what do we have? Oop. That gun looks crazy. I don't know what that is. Type 18G assault rifle. Automatic infantry rifle fitted with a combat optic and 40mm grenade? Oh shit. What did I load it with? Flare grenade. I assume flare grenade is to expose where I am. What did it do? Shoot into open air to deploy a bright parachute flare, illuminating the wide area. Do not fire indoors at ground or at ground structures. That sounds like co-op behavior. I kind of want to do that. Am I gonna get blinded forever? That warning is largely ignorable actually, so it's just flavor text. That's fair. So if I... Oh! Is that the thing that I shoot? Like this thing? Oh! Motherfucker. I deserve that. I exposed where I am. I didn't see where they shoot me from. Sounds like a sniper shooting at me, actually. Is there a sniper still nearby? I didn't think about that. Oh, okay, okay. I had a feeling that it's over there. You want a sniper fight? I'll give it to you. Shit. What are you made of? Okay, this is really bad. I didn't think about that. One flare grenade might have ended the run here. I think that was only a soldier dropper. Yeah, might have been. Okay, let's wait for a bit for the flare grenade to go down, and we're gonna scout around and see if there's any like... What the heck? Artifact? Yeah, that was dumb by me. It's okay, it's okay. No, nothing bad happened. We good. Even though I almost died. Blue chest. That looks like a sniper. Hi, Nature Dragon. Oh my god, Mod Dragon. Oh, Nature Dragon is doing good. PNG Kobo. Short barrel? Short barrel? What do you want short barrel for? So for a short range sniper? What the heck? Why? Oh! 5177. Golden Tesseract. It is said that when coming across the stone lantern while traveling, one must always light it for good luck and safe passage. Oh, I know what it is. So this thing I can only use when I light up all the stone lantern. I only lighted the one in Skeleton Coast and the one in Observatory. I'm pretty sure. Also, it's almost morning. Fuck. Alright, quick. Short barrels are valid. Yeah, they're valid. My speed is at 52%. No wonder I'm so slow. This leads to the stone maze, I think. Okay. Target acquired. Shit. Fucking hell, where'd you all come from? Why now that I got schizo? GG. GG. I'm sorry for your guys' ear. I don't know where it is. I have to throw away some guns actually. Or is it that? Oh, thank God. I don't need this. I didn't think there were gonna be so many so many enemies still. 60 regen. Where did they come up from? I think I dealt with the sniper first. Yeah, I did. That many tanks? That's kinda scary. I mean, I have the key card. I can just use the cabin. Yeah, I can go for the cabin, the cable car. I'm gonna ride the cable car now that I'm pretty sure there's no more enemies around here, I think. I hope. I should use this more. I mean, I already got this one, so... Don't know how strong this is, but I'm willing to give it a try. I mean, it has good scope, so... Oh yeah, maybe try to shoot a few times. Any alert sounds? If not, then I think that should be everyone in the camp. How funny would it be if I call for this cable car and then suddenly there's like, suddenly I get swarmed? Okay, I'm growing schizo. Do I have whiskey? No. Oh, shit. This is schizo emulator. Schizo simulator. Bye bye. It's the cable car, bad verb. Yeah, how could you bully Kobold? I will bite on Jade instead. I'll bite Jade. Nice, safe and sound, look at that. Thank you, cable car. You can tell me what to do? Nice. Bet they taste like chicken. Jade? Mm-hmm. Needs a little bit of fire and seasoning. And they just notice the kobold just like chomping down at Jade's hind legs. Oh my god, chicken. Ooh! Wait, that feels really strong. Chicken. Chicken. Kobold, the part you taste, it doesn't taste like chicken in the slightest. I mean, the hind legs is not the chicken part, but it could be.
You asked for it.
Move back.
Try it.
Hold on. Enemy engaged. Down. You can't hide. Still can.
In the Cube Revolution, they're bad. I thought that was Scav.
Come here.
Oh my god, are they just... Do they just have the fucking RNG everywhere? Car, your internet stinky? No. I wish I have a perfume to help. To make it not stinky. I'm sorry, not sorry. I'm at 37% again. Wait, this gun feels so fucking good though, not gonna lie. Then spray air freshener to make it unstinky. Does Febreze count as air freshener? I mean, Febreze smells good. Oh. My terrace door is already open. Kobo saying it tastes like chicken. Jade tastes like a part chicken. Febreze is air freshener. Ooh, okay. Because I usually use Febreze on my fursuit as like I brush them so that their fur don't get too jumbled up. But if I can wash them, I'll definitely wash them when I have time. It takes days to wash them, it's so funny. Run! I'm so fast! I'm so fast! Making my way downtown, walking fast. Hiya! I want to use this gun. This gun feels fun. I'm running. Oh. The AP rounds. I have 9 frog friends. The long barrel is the gun I use for the dead bridge raid actually. The long barrel. This feels like a long barrel. The red gun the guy was trading for. Oh. 3-round burst, foreign cruise, so recoil is pretty minimal. Biggest downside is the muzzle flash gets in the way, but it's a very solid gun. Combat optic. Combat optic? So this is combat optic. I want to keep this. I kind of want to have fun with this though. Simple optic? Oh, it doesn't really have good, like, it doesn't aim far, but with AT bullet, that reloads really heckin' fast. You know what? I wanna have fun with the gun. I'll sell this one. I need to go and lurk anyway, so happy stream, y'all. Thank you, Chip. Have a good lurk. Thanks for hanging around. I am honestly very surprised I didn't die from the helicopter. Like, my lizard is so strong that my lizard can tank helicopter gunshots. So I need this. I don't need these anymore. Don't need this. I'm storing this, and this. And this. I'm not using this one. I need some bullet. This one. I have a lot of this one. These two should be more than enough. I have a golden tesseract. Of course, a stone lantern while traveling, one must always light it for good luck and safe passage. I didn't do it for quite a bit of them. Since I'm going schizo. We're gonna travel to Mama Roach. Or do we just straight go to Stone Maze and just do it immediately? I mean, I know how to get to Stone Maze. I have good guns. I can just go to Stone Maze. I can shoot this thing. Produce a massive high-pressure fireball, devastating against living targets and pressure vessels. Fragmentation rocket. This one is 2 kilograms. Oh. Oh, I have this. Looks good to me. Alright, let's play a stupid game since it's a new day. Let's draw tarot card. Boom. I don't think I like that. I feel like if I were to draw that on not a safe space, I'm going to get sworn by demons. I like bandage. Bring a lot of firepower you're comfortable with, Tira. Did I do bad? I might have done bad, did I? With the demon. Yeah, I mean, these two guns should be good. I hope. I'm gonna sleep it off. What you did is killable, but it's not good. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm not schizo anymore. That's good. 2 leftovers to start the half day. Alright, here we go. Time to kill things, I guess. I did, I technically did save already, so yeah. Boop. Oh god. Hi, Becky. I've been spoiled. Oh my god. Did the spoil just happen? What? Where'd the rest of the spoil go? Ooh. No, Bracky's doing good. Oh no. Oh, it's an anomaly. What am I dealing with here? There were gunshots and then immediately no more gunshot. Something caused that anomaly to explode as well. Oh fuck. What did I do with that demon card? I will hug the Becky. Not you. You're like the lesser demon, I'm pretty sure. Am I dealing with invisible monster? It's quiet as hell. Maybe if I go to the dead bridge. Wait, the turret's gonna respawn. Man. Yeah, it feels like everything's gonna respawn here. Man. The eyes are kind of fucked up. Man, what's the easiest way for me to get to Stone Maze? And if I get to Stone Maze that way, if I come back, how do I fight against a swarm of NFTAs? That's a bit of a problem that I didn't really think about. If I call for a cable car, would be sus. I want to see them all get out. No? Are you not sus of this? You're just gonna let the cable car come? I missed half the stream. Oh, no. You missed you missed the Cobalt raid, the dead bridge, but I'm probably gonna do it again. That's a sniper. I feel like I might be able to deal with that from here, but it might be a little bit tough. I don't know if I want to alert them like this though. Cable car, if I go there... Oh man. They're using sniper, they have like huge advantage against me. And I can hardly see them from here though. Never try, never know. Let's do it. Are they not sus? Well, I'm very surprised. Do I trust myself to do a run and gun? Is the question. I think your first shot killed the sniper and you fire 11 more into the wall. My first shot killed? That's crazy. I'm so good actually, oh my god. Gonna rate this bag of chips. Oh, this sounds so good. I would love to have snacks as well. Okay, I wanna try to look around the place. I don't see a lot of enemy present. I mean, obviously there's one sniper. Another one there, right? I don't have a sniper to counter them. I think if it's nighttime, I'll take some acid damage instead. I think that's way easier, yeah. Can you break the light in the cable car so they can't see you? Ooh, that'll be nice. Let me try. Using a suppressor. Oh! Oh, this game is so cool. Alright, let's give it a try. Alright, ooh, no one's here. You don't know I'm here. I have the key card. I have the key card. It's fine. I'm so scared actually. We're gonna jump down the moment I can jump down, okay? Here. Did not think that would work. I have never thought of that. That's so cool. I mean, I got sniper here, but I don't want to use sniper anymore. Makes everything feel slower. So such a bad angle. gonna lurk for 10 minutes while I take a quick shower. Okay. Have good shower mechanics. Oh, oops. Are they... Are they deaf? I mean, it's nice that way. Hell yeah. Good. Very good. Maybe this gonna suppress her? No, doesn't look like this one has suppressor. They just don't want to deal with me, I guess? This gun can really shoot far. Yeah, they really struggle hard on nighttime. Thanks for ammo. And MRE as well? Wow. These guys are rich. Ooh. I got a delicious fish. I'm streaking off to the shower. Streaking off to the shower. Might be a little bit late, but I hope you have a good shower, Kianix. I think the second time raiding here, it feels like there's a shit ton less enemies to deal with. Just like that, I got my bullets back. No helicopters, not much enemies around here. When you raid an area, the more guys you clean out, the fewer enemies there are. Oh, the less definition of fewer guys you will face. Yeah, this feels like 10 times lesser amount of enemies that I have to kill. So yeah, blessings. I mean, I can even shoot my grenade right now. Do I dare? Do I want to grief this game again? Hell yeah, I do. Whee! Now we hide. I'm stuck. We hide for a bit. The flare grenade's gonna be so nice. Like, it's so nice on early game, I feel like. Where both parties can look at each other, right? They can find each other. But then now that I have this night vision, flare grenade is kind of just griefing the game. Oh, is this a good angle? Oh wow. Now that I know there's less enemies to deal with, coming back from Stone Maze might not be that bad, actually. Off we go. More NFTAs? One is one. It feels like this gun has like suppressor or something. Gonna need that sniper bullet. It's hard to get. Nice. The fuck? Am I missing every shot or something? Oh, there was someone behind me. I got flanked. No big deal. Be quick. They were still coming from that. I don't know if I want to face them again. I mean, I can. They're gonna come from here. After a while. And if I can line them out, since it's really dark here, I can just ambush them from here. Maybe they're not gonna show up anymore. I don't know. Alright, fine. I don't think they're gonna show up anymore. Tiger? Hacking, yep. Alright, stone maze, stone maze. What am I doing in stone maze? Retrieve the ether ground saturation readings from stone maze. So I assume I need a blank data tape as well, which I think I have. Yep, okay. Now to explore. What the heck? Whoa! Whoa! I must eat that. Low gravity? Yep. Did you get the super cool helmet from the military checkpoint? From that bridge? I don't think I did. I mean, I'm still using this one. I only got scouters on the armory, in the armory. Don't really found any like very cool helmets though. Also music why? I did found a red chest though. I have this gun that I can shoot nades and also 5.57, 5.56. Huh? Radiation here. I found a helmet in the red chest, so the contents are randomized. Looks like it. Is the orb radiation? Oh my god. Red chest and blue chest are randomized. Oh, that's fair. What the heck do I do with that? I mean, I like very high radiation here, I think. Really high radiation here. Really high radiation here. really fucking high radiation here. What the fuck? What are these things? Monitor? Next up is an option to make it all all preset loop positions, but no, you can't get everything in a single run. It's done, so you can get everything in a run. No? Do I shoot it? Whoa, what? Where'd you guys come from? What the okay. I shouldn't stay here for too long, I guess. There's radiation present. Maybe there's another crunchy orb? This area is a war zone. It's fair, I guess. I mean, I'm like at the last place here. Guess that's understandable. Whoa. Many radiation here. Metropolis of war zone, stone maze is hell. Oh! There's friend here? Don't know what the fuck that shot explosion gun is, but don't think I like that. Nice. Oh, Scorcher. Oh. These are cultists? Cultist dog? They have a dog unit? That's kinda cool. Ooh. Sawn off? That's a shiny orb. I shouldn't be bringing too much Scorcher here. I'm not here to like hoard money. Hi, Breen. So this is another NFTA area. I don't want to become chicken. We have so many frogs. They are friends. Look at them. I love frog friend. They go good in stew, but they're also good at being friends. With the strange trader, there's someone you can trade, yeah, but I don't wanna. This NFTA? What the fuck? These are not insurrection. Fucking hell, what are they? Seeker rifle? Oh, huh? What is that money? Experimental repeating plasma rifle generates unstable bolts formed out of pure ether and can actively track moving targets? 5,600 money? Oh gosh, diggity dang, I'm gonna get loaded with money. I don't need Scorcher anymore then. Do they count Scorcher as anomaly? Or like with the beep beep beep, I guess. Where's the plasma rifle? This one. Whoa. I'm using a 5,600 money gun. I don't know where I am though. Trident. Plasma pistol. 2 kilogram 400. I don't think I can grab too many things now. Need to take care of my inventory space. Is this a load? This feels like a load screen. I don't know what this is. It must have something to do with the big blue spinning crunchy orb. I kinda wanna eat it. Oh my god, that's a cool ass dog. Oh my god. Look at that dog, holy shit. How many shot? I can even have laser for this. I'm back. Did I miss much? I'm now in Stone Maze. Welcome back. Hope you have a good shower. And also welcome back, Chip. It's a hot dog? Yeah. That's a really cool hot dog. Also very scary. So that's just like everything here. It was nice. Heck yeah, good to know. I found a 5600 gun. I'm gonna be rich. Nah, what? There's a dungeon door here? Guess I'm going. Or not. But now I'm a moist pussy. Moist pussy. I feel like it would be inappropriate for me to say that we like moist pussy. I feel like that might be a little bit insensitive. I will take that back. Like, oh shit. I'm sorry. I don't have a compass. I don't have anything that has heads-up display. Uh-oh. Can I shoot anomaly with ether? Nope. Isn't it cool? Oh my god. I never heard this music before. What's going on? I'm always afraid I'm being too lewd for streamers. I don't think you can be too lewd here. As far as I can, as far as I can tell. I mean, I talk about loot stuff here most of the time. Well, sometimes I do. Music means something, right? Music means I'm going the right way. The past 20 hours has been whack for me. Oh, sorry, Nina. But still, welcome in. Well, I'll be more relaxed then and not stressed so much. If it's too much, then I'll just be like, oh, a little bit, right? But so long as it doesn't break Twitch TOS, I think generally it should be fine. I thought my computer was bricked because of a defective update, but then it decided to work after a clean install, and now I finally feel the anxiety clearing. Or at least everything went well. Twitch breaks its TOS far too much. Yeah. Twitch is just dumb, especially with a particular biggest streamer on Twitch. Yeah, with that particular one, yeah. Their stream is so violent. It's actually kind of crazy. Am I not supposed to be here? I guess not. Are we talking about? I don't know if I can mention their name. Looks like the end of the world. Somebody's the only partially complete. Oh, only partially complete. Oh, yeah, then okay. Alright, let's get back then. I was talking about the biggest streamer on Twitch being... I don't know if he's still the biggest streamer, but he is extremely problematic. His chat is extremely problematic. Advocates for violence way too much. It's actually very scary. By the name of... I don't know if I can say that, honestly. Oh, I could just DM you the name. Because I feel like people should be more informed about who that person is and never listen to what they're saying. It's very dangerous. Whisper. I think it's... Yeah. I don't know their Twitch channel, but this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, extremely dangerous person, so just be careful. I have DM'd the gator. Wow. Right, right. I don't know if it's a person I blocked. If it starts with H, and then the second name starts with P, then that's a person I'm talking about. Oh, safe place. It's not unhinged stream when they do political social commentary. Yeah, and then their political social commentary is so unhinged that they advocate for violence for way too much. It's so scary. Actually so scary. As cool as this is, I don't want to use this. But I don't want to sell it too, so I'll put it here. Right, let's do a save here. Is it gonna storm outside again? Oh my god, that scared me. I was like, what's with the blue screen? Ground saturation of ether in the northern zone only meant to be out for a few weeks, but I've yet to hear any word back from them. Any readings they have gathered and record into the data tape. You'll need to find a suitable route through the military perimeter. The best one may not be obvious. You should also ensure you're prepared and well equipped for the dangers you will face there. Okay, so I think I was there. The blue orb there was the readings of Dr. Mosby's people. So I need to go back there and check every reading thing there. And maybe one is still alive. I need to find, yeah, the blue orb there. Look at that, it's so crunchy. I feel like I can just eat that. Can I climb up here? What? Good job. Nice. That was fun. Okay, prepare for many radiation sounds here, yeah? So this must be the reading. But there's only 2 of them here. Maybe it's not here. How do you whisper people anyway? Sometimes I get a gift, I don't know how to think. I just sort of click on their name and then click whisper. I click on a person's name and then I can whisper them. That's how I do it. Damn me, another guy that's pretty awful. Let me have a look. Yeah, we need to be aware of those awful people and never interact with them. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I heard of that name as well. Dangerous people. Yep, stay away from them as much as possible. Tanky little shit. Meep, meep. can't get close to that thing. Even if I can get close to that thing, I'm just here to find the ratings. Not really to like kill things, but just find the readings. But how? Is this the place? Maybe it's here. Yeah, maybe it could be here. The place probably got raided because they were investigating something valuable. Would be my guess. Would be my guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's their place. I found it. Alright, we got the thing. Problem, I don't know how to get back. The thing, I found that thing. I don't have compass, so I guess I can just like stick to one place and hopefully I find a way out. More hug for me? Wow. Hi, Tuto. Sounds really close. Thank you, music. I can't even hear them anymore. Oi! Who the fuck? Heavy insurrectionist soldier? Well, trying to do it all over again. Ugh. Hate deaths like that. On a much more positive note, one of my orchids is blooming. Orchid? Are they like purple color? And also, heck yeah, orchids. I'm actually gonna turn down the fucking music. I just cannot hear anything at all. I'm sorry, like, good god, man. I don't even know where they are. Hmm? Cave formation? Oh! Oh! What? Perdition. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna use my night vision again. I don't like this place. It's a dark purple color and it's fragrant. Oh my god, nice. I love orchids. Oh my god, just shiny place. Of course. Oh, I have way too much flare? What the fuck am I looking at? Aye, it's too much radiation here. Holy shit? Question mark? I don't know. I don't care. I don't know what happened, but I got hit a few times, I guess. Is my health still going down? No? Okay. Don't think there's anyone here. I hate how my light doesn't work. I'm going somewhere. Looks like my light worked again. I'm a little bit scared. North dig site? West storage? Electrical? East mines needs power. Holy shit, what the hell? Oh wow. I guess that works. Should be more conserved with my bullets. You don't just spam like that. I don't know where am I. I might need a lot of bullet here, so let's be careful. So far these enemies are nothing too scary, so thank goodness. Thank heckin' goodness. Do not enter. I am entering. No one can stop me. I can't see what kind of chest that is. Oh! Another red chest? Ooh, what is this? Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh, they gave me an armor. Super heavy armor. Wearing this armor makes you feel like a tank. You won't be running any marathons, but you might not even feel some of the 30 cows bouncing off of you. 50% kinetic, 20% armor piercing, 40% blunt, 50% stabbing, 50% slashing, 10% fire, 10% poison, 30% electric, 10% radiation, 30% acid, and 30% blast. That is very extremely chunky. Oh! I'm so tanky! No speed boost, but man, I love the plus 13 kilogram carry weight. Super duper heavy chunk. Oh, welcome back, Merp. Well, the cultist jacket has been nice, but now it's time to be a fucking tank. So that I don't die like that again. Yeah, I'm still at 99% speed. Tech rig. Basic helmet and trench runner helmet. I'm not schizo, why? Why? I'm not schizo! Ugh. They don't give a lot of money. Why? Another cable? I didn't get this my playthrough. I got the Stalker Pro armor though. Was pretty good. Yeah, actually fucking dumbfounded now. This just cemented in my family history. That's okay about me. They got on the cake for my birthday and just now I see them finishing out the last piece and then to my question of did y'all eat the cake already? They just answered it shouldn't have been late. Oh wow. That is actually the fuck. That's so fucking rude though. Yeah, I wanna hug Jade as well. That sounds like death. Let's go to the East Mines. Handyman? That was Handyman. Don't know what happened. Maybe I should use light here. I don't think I've seen any scuff here. Right. What the Oh, that's what you do? That's what the shadow people do? They were just hiding there trying to get me. Great, now I'm schizo. Guess I cannot even loot here. Don't be afraid, I've guns. Even though I'm going schizo now. Everything is fine. Wow, holy shit. Thank you, LMG. Ah. You have the machine gun I always use? Mm-hmm. Later ammo is the location where infinitely spawns. The 3006 ammo? I mean, I guess I still have a lot of it in my stash. Man, don't you love it when this anomaly just does this? It's like, oh, you wanna go there? Too bad. Is this like a puzzle? I don't think I've seen this place before. This is perdition. I'm in perdition. I don't even know where I am. I just suddenly stumbled upon this area. It's like, oh shit, I'm in perdition now, I guess. I've seen perdition, just not this part of perdition. Hmm. I'm in the East Mines, it looks like. Motherfucker, I hate that. Any tips on how to go through this? Go through this? Or is it just a fuck you, go back and try again thing? Because I hate this thing with a passion. Like, oh, you want to keep you want to keep you want to keep progressing through this area? Well, too fucking bad. Here's a fucking black hole for you, dumbass. I hate that shit. Actually, it makes me angry. Right, so I can. I don't know if it's gonna kill me or not, to be honest. And I don't know how big this is. If you're entering through stone maze, you're entering the wrong way around, actually. Oh. Well, is there actually a wrong way, though? Fuck it. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Alright. Perdition means eternal damnation? Well, that's not ominous at all. That sounds good. Hi, Kion. You're welcome. I already hate this place. Maybe evil with a passion. Thanks for the chin scratch. Wow. The flashlight is so harsh that I cannot see anything. I think honestly this would be my only complaint. I mean, I get you want like bright flashlight. This is a little bit too harsh. Maybe turn down the brightness a little bit of this. Lemon? Oh, hi Sola. That's a color. And then how fun it is to have a schizo monster chasing you all over the map again. Ugh. The very saw those it's supposed to turn night into day and shining it plain black, it would be pretty intense. Is that different level of brightness to torches and flashlights? If so, then I guess I'll take that back. Pump room, upper added, lower added. Is this... Ugh, I hate this place. Nope, I don't wanna. Different lights at different brightness. Oh crap, okay. Alright, asshole. Found you. Now please kindly shut the fuck up and let me enjoy the spookiness, okay? Is that radio? Oh my god. Oh my god, how scary is this to have a thing just play like this? Is there someone someone stopped here recently? Is that why? That is actually very scary. I'll take one. Is that a 3 or 6 saw? TR-77C saw, yeah. I like it. Oh. Mushroom. Beacon? Heck yeah. Oh. Drink my sorrows away. No more schizo. Now I'm mega drunk. Also, Solar, I got 2 red chests. I now have the tank armor. I have the super heavy armor, and I got this 2 red chest things. I can fire a grenade, but I don't have a grenade on me. The twink armor. Kaboom! The super heavy armor? Yeah. Super heavy with the ballistic helmet, you're going to be fucking near invisible to damage. And you could probably eat an antimat and barely feel it. Really? I'm that strong? Well, shit. I'm gonna go balls out and just shoot everything. Hell yeah. Come on. Kill me, I'm here. Oh. Where is this? 80% kinetic resist, 35% AP resist. Resist this. Dead end. Dead end. That I think is the highest I can get without using a cheat menu, as there's end armor which has more resist, however some armors are unattainable. Oh, need to practice more with the grenades, couldn't quite get them to land the way I wanted. What the heck is this place? Where's that end? From here? Oh wow. I actually didn't think about that. I didn't explore enough. I just sort of go ballistic with the guns and everything and just kill everyone in whatever the place is. Cool. Oh, is it a safe spot? Not really, but I can stash my things. I can lower some loads here. We can cook nades. Can I cook it with MSG? Yippee. How do I get in here? Oh. Oh, it's not water? It is water. Oh, it's a secret place. How would anyone ever be able to find this place? Holy shit. Crazy. Have to go underwater and stuff like that. Ugh. This is the darkest place ever. Oh. The moon does cycle, by the way, so you can have particularly dark nights. There is no moon here. I mean, truly, this is dead end. Oh. This is an insurrectionist area as well? Fuck. Okay, better be careful then. Oh, they have the good shotgun? He looked at you as he did that? Really? Yeah, I mean, it is extremely dark, so... This, I believe, the main insurrectionist base. Well, I'm gonna take pleasure in raiding them then. Uh-oh, I'm balls in the walls. Time to run. You're not sure what you can see. So, I don't even know how I survived that, honestly. Oh, the tanky armor. Right, of course. Oh, thank you, tanky armor. I could not have survived that without it. I mean, night vision and non-ballistic helmet. Yeah, but I also don't want to just shine a light beam and let everyone know where I am, though.
I'll find you.
Sure you will. Helmet gives you probably around double HP. So you're saying, with a flashlight, I could try to fight them more? I mean, I am very strong with that. You know what?
Show yourself.
I'm here! Fight me, stupid. How will I announce my presence? With a flare, of course. Maybe even two of them.
Hiding like a rat, huh?
Hiding like a rat, huh? I guess I cannot go down here. To get double HP, you need 50% resist from 0%. Then you need 25%, then you need 12.5. It's almost morning too. No, it's not. The sky is visible now. Was that an anomaly just now, or like some sort of a weather? Sure you will.
You better be gone. Where'd you go?
It'll be hard for me to kind of like...
It's better if you stay hidden.
I shouldn't have killed them with that. What the fuck? That was a shotgun. Oh. Really? Wait, maybe I shouldn't be too scared. That shotgun sounded close, it hit me, and it did almost no damage.
You know what's good for you.
Let's go, bitch! Let's go, bitch! Yeah, I'm coming in, stupid! You wanna fight? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Oh, crap. Oh, hell yeah.
It's better if you stay hidden.
Nope. I'm here, dum-dums. I'm looting your thing. Oh, that was my flare.
Show yourself. Better to stay hidden.
No, it's not. That is so rude. That was a shotgun on my face. Well, holy shit, I'm actually a tank now. Still hurts, right? But I can play a lot more recklessly now. Interaction orders. Orders from high ground. I I feel like I read this before. If you need more proof that you're near invisible wearing the armor, there you go. You add the shotgun to the joint and lift. Yep. I was looting. Also, hi Zeus. I was looting. That was so rude. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Thrill Walker's Journal. I had this. I don't even know what that means. Mm. Mm. Whoa. I mean, run and gun shotgun is a thing, right? Oh. I like the sound. I see mentioned NPC and lot character code and modifiers. Share a really good image in your meme channel. Ooh, meme. Meme. Oh, isn't that the character in Silk Song? I think I mentioned it, but the lizards in this are really cute. Very cute, actually. Yeah, I love them. I kind of want to play run and shotgun now because I'm so strong. I'm... There was sniper shot. Yep, it hurts. Oh my god. I did go to dead end, but it didn't feel that interesting to you. Oh, that was not really a sniper. That's the We have a sniper at home kind of deal. Do you see the value on that gun? Hmm? Isn't that the normal gun? Isan Uling? Oh, not bad. But I'm very heavy now though. I have too much flare. What? Okay, 5 is fine. You're meant to hold your stashes on your inventory? Well, my observatory stash is really good. Many things in my observatory stash. Many. Oh. Oh. I mean, now that I have mega armor, might as well just run and just shotgun. Many. Many. Nice. Really love the art style of these two. It's like the low poly, so clean as well. It's really nice. Whoa. If the number of dead ends in game actually reflects final state, we're probably only 20% done with that. We'll see where it ends up going development wise. More content it looks like. I came from there, so that way is to the stone maze. I got the thing in stone maze. No, I don't. No, I didn't. I died. I died. I don't want to go to perdition again. Now I'm here. From northeast, yeah, from M35 back to Crossroads and then back to Observatory. It's fine. Which two red chests did you do? One in Dead Bridge. Yeah, one in Dead Bridge, I believe, and one in the Perdition Power Room, if I remember correctly. Perdition Power Room, where there's a generator that I need to turn on. That one. I mean, M35 is kind of a NFTA area, so you have to be careful. I'll go back to Stallmaze and get that reading again. Once because just now when I get the reading, I died. And I didn't get it ultimately. Hmm? Is this M35? Oh, wait, I've been here, yeah. When I died to the cultist. I want to see if the cultist is still down there. Yeah, I even went there. Yeah. Actually, no, I want to go back to Observatory as fast as possible. Well, it should be noticeably harder to die now. Yeah, I'm gonna be harder to die now. Like, way harder, actually. Very, very heckin' nice. Book. The hunter and the 4 stacks. I don't read. Kobo doesn't want to read. No reading for Kobo. Wait. Oh, what is this place? What the fuck is this place? I'm very heavy, but I want to go down and look. Could this be another dungeon? Oh, hell no. Do I have to swim again? Oh. Milk. Bites. Milk. Caution, automated machinery may stop and start at any time. Keep clear. Oh, I certainly am very clear now. T1806. Oh, it's a dungeon. How many dungeon? I'm too heavy now though. This place, hey, Shush. Oh. Uh. Uh.
In peril, TV.
Oh, why? Why is there constant explosion? Oh god. I... Explosion comes from there. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit! I committed suicide? No! The super ultra angry machine of doom and kaboomers? So... that thing is unkillable. I was locked in too. Run, run, kaboomer. Unkillable? I mean, I probably missed a lot of shots with this, but still. Welcome to the possessed turbine. So that thing, I assume unkillable. I have to run faster than him. Why is this possessed? I don't fucking know. Right, let's do let's do the thing one by one, yeah. Now that I know what it is. I'll come back later. It's the zone, we don't question these things. It's just an anomaly, you know? It's just an anomaly. Fine. Totally fine.
There were so many times that I like have lucky dodges and shit like that. I thought I could destroy it, but I guess not. Maybe not with bullets, maybe with Disapi, I guess?
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yeet for me for the next 2 minutes.
Wait. 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 Literally immortal? Hi, Petrustil. Good morning. Morning, Tekken. So no killing allowed. That's a Mr. X. That's Mr. X, but Mr. X can rocket boosts. Playing Project Silver Kobo still? Feels like I'm almost looked at everything now. But then again, whenever I say that, the game throws me something new to look at. It's like, yeah. I guess I'm not gonna say that anymore. Every time I say that, oh, I'm almost like finished everything that I looked at. But then no, the game throws. Wow. Even at that range. I think observatory is this way. Yeah. Don't know how I whiffed that, but I whiffed. Oh! Oh, okay. Enemy.
Two beans. Oh, drink? Yeah, I should drink. That feels nice. And stretch your bones a bit.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, drink.
Right. A little bit loud. Take care. Be careful. Here we go. Oh hell yeah, it's so good. It's a little loud, but I like it. I need to put more toad things. Yeah, I need to put more toad things in there. I'm missing to a murder. No, nothing like that, nothing like that. More toad? Yeah, I should put that in. Now that, I mean, sound alerts can be, that I can put custom sound alerts in. That's how I put the toad sing chandelier in as well. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I remember there's also like toad sings the Christmas one. I don't know what music it was again.
I'll shoot.
Someone was shooting at me. I'm not afraid of you. I'm a walking tank. Bitch. Bitch. I'm a walking tank now. I'm being toxic. That's right. The kobo is being toxic now. Ooh. Where's the sculptor? A walking tongue. I'm a walking tongue. Even though I'm very slow right now, that's why I'm making my way back to observatory. And I'm going to clean my load. And then I'm gonna go back to Stone Maze through that bridge, because why not? Nice. And clean my load. I mean, I have a huge load right here. Look at that. Too many guns. Way too slow. 74 kilogram. What is it that I can interact with just now? Oh, leather. That's a cultist gun. So many toads. I do have many toad friends, or frog friends. A toad and frog different, right? You might also say a load full of toad. A load full of toad? I have many toad. Or frog toad. Toad frog. Frog toad. Fight me. I'm a walking tank. Come on. Come on, shoot me. I'm here. I should be doing this, but I have 80% kinetic resistance. Fun. Oh my god, I thought there was someone. This is the war zone right here. And get absolutely fubbernucked. Fubbernucked. That's right. I'm here for your loot. What the heck? You have no loot? I guess you've been looted. Hey, Roxas. I'm gonna go back to lurk. Okay. Have a good lurk again, Chip. That's a freelancer. Yeah. Boop. Wait. Oh?
Maybe next time.
No loot? Oh, it's a dead beetle. A new cage update? Not really. I mean, I've been released about last week, I think. Yeah. I still found that fit. I didn't know you're that big. Wow. I mean, mine doesn't poke out. Hindi. New Pokemon drama? The Nintendo finally approved, like they got the lawsuit, right? They have they have a new law of like no one's like no one is able to make a game that has a thing throwing something out and summoning something anymore. That motion, no, that belongs to Nintendo now. Is that it? Or was it something else? Oh, that's the old one? Shit. The new one is even worse? Can you maybe fill me in a little bit? Would be nice. They've patented catching something into a ball. Now they're patenting the act of summoning a creature to fight another creature. Oh no. Oh no. Well. Well. I'll say, that's... No more summoning games. No more summoning things to battle on other things anymore, huh? Well, that is unfortunate. We don't hate Nintendo enough, like, Jesus heck. So stupid. The gameplay for the newest game looks weirdly power-like. Oh my god, they're doing it to spite. I guess Warcraft and a myriad of other MMOs with the summoner class can go fuck themselves. Digimon Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, exactly. They have to eat Nintendo's dick, you know? It's like, oh please, we're trying to make this game to work. Oh god. They have to like kneel and fucking beg to Nintendo. It's like, please don't sue us. Wah. Like, yeah. GG, I guess. It's been a nice run. We seriously don't hate Nintendo enough. Like, holy fuck, how is that even possible? Nintendo may finally be reaching too far. Yeah, absolutely stupid. The greed knows no bounds. That's what's happening. And I hope it cripples them at this point. Yeah. We need Yu-Gi-Oh! To patient card game to sue Nintendo. Are they... Can they do that? I mean, Nintendo did it first. I think Nintendo only has the right to sue the other one that has this pattern. Fuck Pocket TCG. Oh, wait. It's a card game. But speaking of Pocket TCG though, yesterday I got a full golden pack. I got a full shiny pack yesterday. I was like, oh shit. 5 cards that's all like shiny and EX. So hell yeah, that's a bit of good news. But other than that, oh man, you know, oh man. Don't want to give it to her. Oh wait, these things are not really heavy. But this is heavy. The radio transceiver. That bridge key card is 3k. I always look at that muffin emote and just be like, muffin wants uppies. It's like a bean, so adorable. Oh my god. Does catnip affect lions? I don't know. Man, I fucking hate that because of the director of the store I'm working at. It's a through and through corpo. Even a simple conversation about me resigning has to be in formal letters. Oh my god. The big corpo? Ugh. Yeah, okay. I kind of want to... Ooh, I don't like how it's like that silent right now. Let's open up some music because I want to kind of go to toilet for a little bit. Yeah, let's play this one again. Yeah, music. I've been listening to a lot of like Pokemon Black and White music lately. Right, I'll be right back. Watch this. Boom. That's how you spell tiny. That's how you spell tiny, right? Oh no, my sub ran out to someone who had fur. Oh no. What? No way. Oh my god. Wait a minute. We got the warm noodle as well. Behold noodle. Heck yeah. Holy shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick, yeah? Don't forget to take care of yourselves as well. What? Why is there Australia going on? Chaos. Wait. Put the kobo paint please. Hey, Jade is so nice. I'm back. Australia so much spider. Metal sent me a video about like there's a new there's a new species of spider. I forgot what it is, but I know it's called Newcastle Big Boy. Yeah, Newcastle Big Boy. They say it's something like the world deadliest spider, but doubles the size. Yeah, that one. Very scary. I flipped everyone so they're upside down. They're in upside down land. Oh, they say upside down land is Australia, right? Weak. So everyone's belly up. Good for the kobo to lie down on, no? The dragon belly is like so soft. The best place for a kobo to do the EB. And the mall. Alright, let's get back to... Alright, there we go. I'm back at the game now. So it's 4:48 in the morning. I think nighttime is a really good time to raid and get into that bridge, but I might be a little bit too late here. So I might have to go out and just storm them. Wait. Oh, to bounty board. Oh. Thanks for money. My brain is legit melting trying to word the messages. Oh, trying to write a formal letter. You know, be the top. I don't mind. The top? Hey, look. Dragons, griffons can top this kobold anytime, okay? Yeah, I said it. Oh god. Oh, it's a new day. Let's play tarot card again. What do we get? Hunger. Well, that's very self-explanatory. Oh fuck. Completely void of food? Is there no good thing in the tarot card? I can never get a good thing happening for the tarot card. God. Gosh. 49.9 grams, only 100k to go. Oh, for the... oh shit, I should do more art. Yeah, after Project Silverfish, I should do more art, yep. Just dragons in good form. Okay, some exception for the lioness. Some exceptions. She's never getting back to her. I need money. It's like the most real reason ever. I need money. Alright, let me solve some leftover. Nice. Okay, we got full food now. Very, very heckin' nice. Health full. A little slightly heavier than usual, but that's okay. Trying not to get too many guns here. I'm gonna see what I have to trade outside real quick. The art is so nice though. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna get back to art, really. Yeah, I usually do 3D sculpting and texturing. I do models, essentially. No good things. Oh yeah, put this back for now. I'll sniff that after. think I saw you doing some on one of my first streams. I can't. Yeah, I used to be more active on doing art, but not anymore because of a lot of like mentally things that happen that makes me feel like, oh shit, my art is so bad I could never do good. And then eventually I'd be like, nah, I can do art. I can do art. Slowly does it. To be fair, the way I do art is like very slow, so it's kinda bad too. Alright, I walk faster now. Who wants to fight? I have guns. I am a walking tank. War. I'm heading north and no one can stop me. That guy's such a good shot. It's too high. Hi, Zeus. Oh my god. Give me a gun. No. No gun for Zeus. What the fuck? I want the gun. It's my gun. Thank you, Zeus. Oh, Amogus? Oh, you're playing Amogus. I have the game, but I never played it at all. Know how you got a gun with a grenade launcher and don't load it with grenades? Nope, there's no need. Hi again, Brecky. Thanks for the raid, Zeus. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tiora. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love dragon bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Well, I hope Among Us was fun. But consider Boom. Dang it, I've been convinced. Let me go get my nades. Among Us is fun. Since when you're adding other dragon bits to your rage field? For a long time. For a long time already. I think months at this point. I have a few good nades, I think. Art? Probably next week, somewhere around next week I'm gonna start. Since I've done Tier, I've heard it. Oh! I have thermobaric grenade. I don't know what that is, but I'll take it. When me, you what? Relating to Among Us, one of the nature documentary that just goes on for a while until Among Us shows up and everything goes Among Us, and then you post the stick. Oh my god! Nah, real? Real? Oh my god! I like the bad humor Among Us jokes. Sometimes they hit right. Most of the time they hit wrong. You know what? Nah, I'll take it back. Sometimes they hit right. Period.
Hello there.
Hi. Watch out, human thing or lizard tongue coming through. Here I draw you. Oh, me draw Roxas? I'm lazy. Did you actually load the name? I did! Look! I'm the best. Oh my god, that actually hurt. Sniper? Why would you even have a sniper? What? Sentry? No wonder it hurts. What the hell? It's fucking point blank sniper. They're fairly high AP. Yeah, I mean it's a sniper. The fact that I'm not I'm not dead from that range of a sniper shot is already a miracle. Have you seen how far the sniper can kill? From the end of the bridge to the other end of the bridge, I can kill with a sentry. Sorry, not sentry, the sniper. Assuming the FMJ, it's very short of 50% AP. My AP resistance is 35%. Yep. I mean, 35% is really strong, I would say. Alright, we're gonna raid the base again. Ooh, that's so that's so disorienting. Don't walk while I use the binoculars. Oh my god. Alright. Boom. Boom. Morning time might be a little bit a lot more dangerous, but I'll give it a try. There's little snipers on both sides, so yeah. I don't want to go down because the sentry's down there, so yeah, that's a no from my book. I know it's the morning, but I'm still going to destroy the lights in the cabin. There was a lot more than 0, but a lot less than 80%. Hello. They fixed the light? No. How could they fix the light? Alright, going in. I'm gonna die, I'm pretty sure. Let's do it. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. No, don't shoot, okay? I'm also military. Oh! Yep. Oh, Punchy! Hi, Punchy. I'll do this real quick. How Punchy is doing good. What were you doing? Super Metroid? Oh, were you guys doing Archipelago today? I think I saw you guys doing Archipelago for a bit. Hope that was fun. Thank you. How was stream? Hope everything was heckin' nice. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Hira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm here raiding this place again. I mean, I could use a sniper to take out the sniper on top first. But do I need that? I don't think I do. Do they see? Ooh. Let's play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle for the Sink and then switch to Super Metroid after that. Oh, okay, okay. Sonic Adventure Battle? I hope this hits. Nice. That's 2 sniper gun. Makes things a lot easier. Also, I'm glad to hear stream went well. What? Shotgun? Not the whole army? It's fine. I have huge armor. From far, they probably cannot even do damage to me as much. But I can. Nice shotgun, dickhead. Okay, I think that's broken now. Oh yeah? Whoa. Right, the sentry can look at here, I forgot. What the? Where's your item? Where's the turret? Oh, it dropped here. It's also why I'm using this gun, because they give so much of this bullet. 5.56. Nice. I want to try if I can... I want to see if I can destroy the turret from here. Ooh. Oh my god, yeah, no, I don't think I'm gonna do that. 100% accuracy. Boop. Meep. Boop. Meep. Boop. Meep. Oh, it's numbers. Oh my god. Hi, numbers. We have the Shinneku. How's the amazing Shinneku doing? Oh, numbers is doing good. Alright, back to Stone Maze we go. Do you not have ammo on you? You do, okay. Alright, back to Stone Maze. I think I can see the blue crunchy orb if I just go down from here. No, there's anomaly. I don't wanna. Okay, if it's there, then it should be nearby. Ow! He's so bold just running around like this and not even crouching. It's the morning. I don't think crouching is like necessary here. Yep, it's there. The poor dog, I had to. Oh.
Ugh, disgusting.
Alright, got him. I hate hurting dogs in video games. Yeah, I hate that too, honestly. But imagine those are zombie dogs. They hurt me, which is very unfortunate. What's even worse is that they make like actual like proper dog noises as well. I think that's that's a little. Right now the thing is I don't remember how to get back. What? Cultist? What? Isn't that the shiny look at me ball anomaly? Do they do damage? Nice. I forgot I have a shotgun that's even fun. Even more fun. Oh yeah, this is the safe spot. Okay, let's do a save here. Sleep for 0 minutes. Lie on bed for 30 seconds and just wakes up. I need to go up to where the military is. Like if I can see the blue crunchy orb, I should be close to getting up to somewhere. Or maybe if I just follow this road, I'll reach somewhere? Question mark. This one... Okay, let's see, from Stone Maze. What if this leads to Greywater Marsh? I don't think I would go there with my current thing. You know what? It's fine. This game is all about exploring. Unless this leads to nowhere, that'll be kind of funny. No zone change? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, spaghetti. So that means that I went up here. So this is north. If I look here, it's north. I need to go the exact opposite because I want to go south to that bridge. And hopefully I'm not wrong here. You notice how further north things got much harder. You also notice how there's roads leading north that aren't complete yet. So more content in the future? It's always about the mid-game of Silverfish plan progression. Mid-game, it's already like this. That's kind of crazy. Cannot wait to see more of this game. Oh, no wonder. Ugh, hate that. Oh, jellyfish? Oh, that's actually trypophobic. Oh my god, it feels trypophobia. Oh my god. So, what am I looking at here? Many jellyfish. It's not... I mean, it's probably gonna hurt. They're probably gonna sting me, and I'm gonna get stunned for a bit. They do look kinda cute though, look at them. Only from here you... What? Are you that not sensitive? I thought I put you to be quite sensitive though. I think someone wants to shoot me just now. Great. Great. Got killed by the explosion. Great. Good. Enemies only had Awa 2 design for Awa? Oh, that's a shiny ball. Seeing out in the middle because that was when you died? Oh, okay. Oh. So it should be nearby. Grenade the many enemy. I can't even see them properly. Real string of AoE, all you need is the direction. Think I went the right way. I didn't know they respawn. Is it because I went to sleep? Oh, even if I follow the road, I'm gonna reach there. Gonna get my ass blasted by the snipers though. Grab their guns, but I don't want to be too heavy. Yeah, I want to sell them, but not now. I'm still very far away from observatory or They don't respawn? What? They do. I've been here the second time or the third time and they keep respawning. Yeah, they keep respawning. Yeah, they do. I've been here like the third time and yeah, they do respawn. Okay, now this is the real challenge because it's still morning time. Oh, feels like they're coming. Wow, they can stay silent. They can mask their footsteps entirely. I didn't know that. Oi. Dragon pet. Oh my god, dragon pet. Many dragon pet. Hi Nexus. There's another one there. That one. Hope Nexus is doing good. Pause raided me in while I was getting myself some food. Oh, heck yeah. Hope Nexus hits good food. Ugh, turrets. There should be one sniper here as well. Lord. Dang. Hmm? I'm pretty sure there was one guy there always. Bye bye. Doing well. Hope the zone is being good to you. Being pretty okay to me. Had some mistaken deaths. But I feel like, yeah, I'm being very close to like sort of finishing this entire game. Sort of at this moment. There are still a few places that I haven't gone to yet. But essentially I already finished this as well. So I did all the missions. Hiya. I love that thing. Also, now that I have a really strong armor as well, yeah, I have 80% kinetic resistance, 35% armor piercing resistance. I'm pretty much a walking tank. Any hit hits me, it's gonna hurt, but it's not going to like kill me instantly now, which is very heckin' nice. A lot of exploring and secret stuff, but the mission is currently the last implemented quest in the main story. I shouldn't be afraid. Yeah, look at that. I'm using lights. This one leads to crossroads. Yeah. Even now, crossroads is kind of dangerous. Oh. There's always enemies at this area. Hmm? No, I was too late. Dang. I didn't save the, I assume, freelancer. The frog? Yeah, it's a freelancer. That's so mean. Oh yeah, I need to find Dr. Mosby. The Fisher Frog. Oh yeah, in the M35 down there waterfall area. The Fisher Frog. I know they're Archie West. Let's store some stuff. I didn't get much, but I do get a lot of this ammo. Let's go find Dr. Mosby in the morning. And I think once I finish with Dr. Mosby, and if Dr. Mosby doesn't have any more mission for me, then I'll call it a game finished for now. Even though there's a lot of secrets and like side content that I haven't seen yet, but I'll probably do them off stream, question mark? Maybe? Let's go to Flooded Plains. Haven't been there for a bit. I feel like the only place I haven't gone to is the Grey Water Marsh. Maybe the golden mushroom is over there? I haven't seen a single golden mushroom yet. Running around in the morning. Dog here? Hmm? What the hecky heck? Oh! man. I wanted to loot there. Fine. No loot for me, I guess. Somehow they got trapped inside a room. Oh, it's the hyperball again. I want it. No. Ether ground saturation, 9-week study. For the first several weeks, we saw nominal growth in saturation rates. It was at week 5 when we realized saturation was accelerating. I don't understand that. By week 7, the local readings had crossed the critical boundary. Oh. Oh, the local reading. Okay. Oh, it keeps going up. Up is bad, right? This was alarming, but not unexpected. However, by week 9, it was clear that this acceleration was climbing exponentially. Yeah, oh wow. I mean, I like this stable line. Unless this line means that more money, then yeah, go up. It is clear now that Dr. Mosby's fears were founded. The ether reel is active and increasing its production. Is that bad? I don't think that's bad. Mosby, I have your things. Wait. I'm prepared this time. Too much ether caused the first event, which caused everything to go extinct. Us humans that didn't become weird human, lizards became sentient. Oh, what? No. The reading on this tape, they are quite dire. Ground saturation is increasing dramatically, meaning the drill isn't just active, it is running at full capacity. At this rate, it may only be mere decades before another threshold event begins. We might even already be near a point of no return. I was hoping for more time, but we need to do this now if ever. There's still a chance, but I'll need the right equipment. What kind of equipment do you need? I might still be able to reverse some of the damage caused by the drill, but to do so, I'll need to run a crucial experiment. When I still worked here at the Ether Research Lab, we ran experiments using a prototype micro drill. However, the only working prototype I have access to is missing a crucial component, the laser drill head. I'll need a replacement. There may even still be another prototype drill somewhere in the zone, if we are lucky. I'll see if I can track down the replacement drill head. Not done yet. Hazard suit? Okay. Prototype drill head for Dr. Mosby. My memory from before the threshold is fuzzy, but I know for a fact that my lab wasn't the only place near Portrail that was testing prototype drills. Explore any other research installations you can pry your way into, find a lead. You know, speaking of drill, how funny would it be that we have a fucking sentient drill that's trying to kill me just now? Can I get drill from there? I feel like I should be able to find drill from that place. I think. Maybe? I mean, it's the only lead that I have, I guess. I mean, the correlation there, right? A fucking drill. That's like a drill that's sentient, sort of. Maybe I can do something about it. I mean, I'm pretty sure I cannot kill it, so that's a bit of a problem. Here, I have a camera down here. If it was an ether drill, it can't be taken out. I know where you need to go, but trust me, that murder drill ain't it. Check through all the pieces of paper you've picked up. Some of them might tell you, really. But they're scattered all over the place. Yeah, I still haven't found this yet. The lab PD002, the horror place with 10,000 shadow monsters that's trying to kill me. Oh, this is a lab PD002? Prototype drill lab. That's what I need! That's what I need! No wonder! Yeah, of course I need to go there! Of course I need to go there! Of course! I just need to find the key to lab PD002. I was like, I feel like I've heard of the word prototype drill, but I was so scared that I didn't even remember. But now I do. Yeah, this is the prototype drill lab. Okay, so I'm onto something. Surprisingly, have brain. I'm also surprised. To get the key to lab PD002 would be my next task, I guess. I guess I'm not done with this game yet. Very, very surprising, honestly. Wow. Whoa, why is it like this? Why is this scale light? Why is there like scale light here? Wow, that looks very fucking cool actually. Can I do something dumb? Haven't been to RG East for a while. Let's go there and go crazy for a bit. Hi, Kariskiria. I wanna go crazy. I wanna see how strong I can get. I mean, I'm already at like the highest resistances possible. How Kiria is doing it. Welcome. Remember this dungeon? Remember how scared you were of it at first? Yeah, I do. The scare is now I'm strong as heck and I can kill. What? Oh, that's what it is. I never been down there actually. Something down there? I was so scared that I never want to go down at all. Now I feel comfortable enough to just explore a little bit. Can I get in here? Very stinky. Oh, this leads somewhere? Wait, this actually leads somewhere?
We have work to do.
Whoa, wait a minute. I know. You know what? Yeah. It's okay. Nah. What the fuck is this place? Oh nah. Oh nah. What? What is that? What? Mushroom? I'm not poison resistant though. I don't know what this door is. I'm dying. There's no door name. So these things are mushrooms? Whoa, is there a door name? The growl sound is from Handyman, I'm pretty sure. So up there is where the secret room is, and then some of these people in there. Do you want the answer? It's not actually very secret. Is it okay? Is it somewhere in here that I have the clue of? Is it somewhere in RG East? Or maybe I have to go... I don't know the door name though, is the problem. This is so cool, I didn't even think about doing this.
What is it?
I'm here, dum-dum. Wow. Would be funny if I died to the scav here. I mean, I'm strong, but I'm not invincible.
Get down!
Oh my god. Those were all headshots. Those were all headshots, what the fuck? Wee! Brother, I'm not even trying to escape here. There should be one more. That's right, I'm in my villainous arc right now. Whoa, standing gun, let's go. Oh, they all... Holy shit, they all have the best gun in the world. What the fuck? And that did not kill me? Holy shit. Yeah, the armor is crazy, actually. They have all the best shit. And then they cannot... I mean, they dealt damage. But they cannot kill. So, honestly... Couple in me things need more bag for loot? Yeah, I need more loot. I haven't been there yet. So maybe I have to go in there and check what's going on? EO tree, okay. Maybe it's something in EO tree because I never been there before. Do you have systems? No. What's C? C-O... Oh, that's the door. Lights. L is lights. UO3 and UO2, I don't even know what that is. Let's not open up too many things, I guess. Yeah, just about lights and the EO3. There should be one more scavs around. So many guns left on the floor. Yeah, some of them are just not valuable, but if they're like more than 1,000, I'm more inclined to just take them. Oh yeah, that's EO4. So EO3 is... Oh, it's open. Okay. But now I'm too heavy. Only 75% speed. I'll put them I'll put them here for now. Is there someone nearby here? Someone here? What the heck? I hear footsteps. Oh yeah. Whoa. Wasn't there one more that ran away? I'm not too scared, no. Oh, is it just lightning everywhere here? Oh, I don't remember the code here. Ow. What the hell is this place? There's lightning everywhere. Extra loot. Oh! Test through memo? Oh, I found it! I found it! Hi Pebbles! Hi Cobalt Val and hi... Oh! It's Christ! Hello! I'm gonna enjoy the Grubhub twice now. Welcome! What were you guys playing? We got many more Cobalt friends. Oh my god. An abiotic factor? I've seen the game, but I never played it before. Oh, you were playing abiotic factor as well. Ooh. Hopefully that was heckin' fun. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a Cobalt. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons to bits. I love Dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. I'm here sort of exploring RG East again. And I actually found the thing that I need. We were doing abiotic factor, so what if you play as one of the scientists from Half-Life instead of Freeman? Oh, okay. Never thought of that. I mean... The noisy motorbike, sorry about that. Survival exploration game, very fun. Oh, so fun, we got decently far in. Survival exploration game. I am very intrigued. I am very interested, actually. Well, I'm glad it was fun. Heck yeah. If you two need any like post-stream care, you know, get some rest, get some drink, definitely go do them. I'm here like sort of trying to do the last mission, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it now since it's like, yeah, it's 6:23 p.m. currently. So I guess I'll only play for a little bit more. Are you liking Silverfish? Made me cry a few times because I'm very scared. But the game is fun as hell, and Lizard, very cute. I love this game a lot. I wonder if there's something more there. I saw this gameplay when you play it. Oh, highly recommend. This game is fun as heck. Been eyeballing this game for a bit. I played for, according to Steam, 76 hours. And maybe because I'm a huge scaredy kobold. I'm very scared. I do things very slowly because I'm very afraid. But I think there's quite a bit of content in this game, and it's still in early access. And the gun actually feels really good. Right, we good. I didn't expect to find the PD lab here. PD lab 002, and I got the book as well? Yeah, the test drill memo. Laboratory number PD02 is conducting important ether drilling stability tests at Dr. Mosby's request. They will be in need of our MK7 prototype laser head. MK4 head has been decommissioned. Please have on this request, we prepare the drill for transport. The relevant documentation has been attached to this memo. Add this to the journal. But yeah, now that I have the key card, this one. It's very late. Gonna get myself to bed. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Of course. Have good rest, Cobalt Val. And thanks for a raid again. What the heck happened here? I mean, I killed those scabs, but not these monsters. So there's still one more door down there. I wonder if there's a clue for opening up that door. Oh wait, I need this. %10 poison plus this 85% poison. I mean, down there were places that was like filled with poison. This one is 50% poison. I'll sell one of these. They are kind of heavy. Oh, I could just read the documentation here. Oh, I already read them. I even took all the pictures. So now I have to go to... Where's the mega spooky place again? I don't remember. I don't know if I want to do it now as well. It's almost 7 PM actually. Which mega spooky place? You know, the one with 10,000 shadow people that tries to kill me. Like trying to kill me, the couple. I think tonight I want to figure out that door. D lab. Yeah, exactly. I forgot how to reach that place. Gosh, was it cistern? I think it was cistern. Because I was afraid... Yeah, it's cistern. I was afraid of water. Alright, now I'm gonna check on that door again. The door in the acid pipes. Ew. Wow, stinky. was it the bottle system that one door with the mega code in it? Yeah, the 7 something, 71038 I think. I don't know how I still remember that code, but I think it was 71038. Maybe. Alright, it is in this stinky hole, I think. Oh, Katoka Fox, hi! Oh my god, it's Fox friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It's going to give me how much? This one is 10% poison. This one has 85% poison. Good enough. You are a friend? Oh my god. Shooting zombie? Sort of. And also other lizard thing. I'll give it a try. No lights though. Oh, I forgot. I'm at 95% poison resistance. Anything here? Oh, that doesn't hurt at all. Well, a little bit. I feel like... anyone in the chat still remember the door to the CO1, CO2, CO3, CO4 door? I forgot about the code, and I kinda need it. I feel like I need to open up all the doors and see what are inside. There was one door that was your notes in the lockdown entry. Oh! I'm dead. Oh! I forgot about Lenny. This sentence, "Fuck you, Creek, you red shit fucker," is top tier. Oh yeah, there it is, 8344. So I still need to open up all the doors in the CO1234. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be a handyman inside. Oh my god, there's so many robots.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary. Oh yeah, the terminal... Where's the terminal again? Here. Wait. There was one that I can open, right? Containment room. CO3 error. Living subject. Error means... No, error is the gas. I think I can open up the gas because I have the old gas mask. I'm gonna open up every door. I can open up every door. It's fine. Oh, hi, Shiny. Shiny Dragon. Hello. Welcome. think inside it's going to be like gassed up. Ooh, sneaky. Eight, 3, 4, 4. Did I not open up the gas room? Oh, I did. Where did it go? Aha. Oh my god, where did the handyman go? What the heck? Does it not respawn? Wait, then huh? So the monster is in 0 CO3, I think? Alright, I need my gas mask. Oh, this one is... Nope. Yo. Walao 欸，这样都可以，真的是我扒过去给你。啊，找你找这样久找不到，结果你在这边，真的是搞什么鬼 ？Alright, we good. I'm gonna use... I could use this one actually. It would be 60% poison resistance, but at least I look good doing it. Oh, this one is smaller. Oh wait, you're right. Many dragon hugs? Oh my god. The thing is just the back end of CO3. Maybe it's a shortcut? Probably. Going in. Oh, it's just here. Shortcut to what? What the heck? Whoop. It's solved. I know what this is now. I guess that's the... Oh my god, Brecky. I guess that's the entirety of... Actually, entirety of RG East. I'm glad I came back and do a more thorough search of this place. It's nice. Someone's being stinky. Hiya. What the heck? What the heck? This game seems to have a lot of places. Many places this game has. Alright. Well, at least I know what to do, but tomorrow I kinda want to play some Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald. But I also kinda want to finish up the rest of the missions of this game. But I cannot do it now since it's already like 7 PM and I'm feeling hungry. And Cobalt wants food. I have many frog friend. many frog friend. The most important thing. My character is not schizo yet. Very nice. And get food? I definitely should. Is it nighttime? It is. Let's make it more spicy. Before I quit the game though. Let's do something stupid. Let's wear this shark hat. And let's let's draw a tarot card. I don't believe. I'm definitely gonna draw something good, okay? Yeah. Daggers. Daggers? What does that do? Well, I don't know what dagger do, but dagger cool. Yeah, I know what to do with this one. Tomorrow we're gonna go to Cistern. Go to Cistern. Maybe find a sewer friend a little bit. Still haven't found the golden mushroom at all yet. So Cistern, and then probably go to either Greywater Marsh or like South Bend or like someplace I haven't. I think it's just Greywater Marsh that I haven't gone to yet. So tomorrow, Cistern, we'll do that. We go to the lab PD002. And then... What the? There's someone there. Feels like scabs, question mark. Also, hi again, Uncle. Yeah, I'm gonna just go here. I'll call it a day. I'll continue playing this tomorrow because I feel like I'm almost finishing this one, I think. It's been 2 months, right? I played this game for 60 days in game time. So, yeah, tomorrow I'll play more of this. And might possibly be the last stream that I'm gonna play this game. And then I'm gonna continue playing more Pokemon Monster Hunter Emerald. So, heck yeah. Haven't found the Guga yet. This game is fun as heck. I'm gonna start another off-stream character. This game is so good. Oh my god. Alright, let's go here. I should probably look for a raid target as well. I want to... Where's my music? This one. Heck yeah, we start from the beginning. Morning, Uncle. Hope Uncle has nice nap. Do I raid Zeal? I could raid to another couple. Cobalt, nice. Oh, Nina is streaming. I never raided to Nina before. I mean, Nina, Merp, and Zeal are playing Renlan together. I don't know what that game is, but the game looks pretty cool. I never raided into Nina before, but I think this might be a good time to raid into Nina. Why not? Yeah, let's raid into Nina. I found the right target. Yeah. Now I should plug. I will plug my coffee. Look at that, I have coffee. And I even have Bernie to speak up to it. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks Bernie. But yeah, coffee helps, definitely. And I also have a Discord channel. Ooh. I announce my stream stuff over there. You guys would know when I stream or when there's like a delay or something like that. Yeah, Discord will be my #1 place where I just announce my stream stuff. I don't think I announce my stream stuff anywhere else though. No Blue Sky, not Twitter, fuck Twitter. No, not anywhere. Just my Discord. So yeah. If you want to know more, like when I stream or stuff like that, Discord is the #1 place to go. And I also has a dragon sipping corner over there. This dragon sipping corner, very nice. I think that's pretty much it. And here's a rate message. We're gonna rate Nina. Ooh, Nina looks like a schnook. Savage dragon milk? Oh my god, this is the actual dragon milk? Who this? I need to know. Mountie milk? I mean, there is Mountie milk. Oh, they're not dragon now. Sorry, I feel like I'm so picky sometimes. Ooh. Right, let me drink. I'm gonna drink. I'm ready to raid. Actually, no. I'm gonna nap, EP? Have a good nap, Kairos Kiria. Right, let's raid to Nina now. I typed in the raid. I'm gonna go get myself some food. Gosh, I feel so hungry. Yeah. So, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Nina. Yeah. Bye, Akko. Thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you. Also, thanks for the... Oh, that uses bits. I forgot. Thank you, Kianix. Bye. Take care, everyone. Yeah, I definitely need to do art next week. I haven't done art. I haven't do art in a long time. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna press the right now button. So take care, everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Love y'all.